All right, so welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down the crypto TA. I'm sitting there reading the disclaimer and I realized I did not have the mic on. Now I know the camera isn't on because I'm not going to be on camera today. I had a really rough night last night. Really barely got any sleep and I needed to get the stream started the latest that I could get it started, which is exactly getting up as early as I could get up. So I'm pretty much up on time just to run this stream and be with you guys and to see if we can't find some things to get into. Yesterday was Wednesday. I know on Tuesday, I said I see you tomorrow, but I realized it was Wednesday and I do not stream on Wednesdays. So please forgive me. I did put a little update out on my X account at Down to Crypto TA. So if you're not following me, do follow me at Down to Crypto TA on X. Also follow the Coin King, DACOINKING. And Bitcoin at the moment, I mean, we're still wrestling here with this resistance zone here. Shared this a few times here already, but we just basically came back up into it. And if we just keep hammering this, and eventually we will break through this and get to that next key level, which is up here around 117.6 to 117.2. So that is the move. Right now we are sending a little bit here, at least from the lows. Yesterday when I tweeted on this right here, we were in a little bit of a flaggy situation over here, and I did state to not prematurely think that this would break down, simply because it was a rising channel formation, which typically do break to the downside, but to not be premature and to expect for that to happen, because with all means we could get up here to the to this blah, 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 to this box here. Excuse me, I'm fumbling my words all this morning. So there was a range that I also shared, but unfortunately that range has been invalidated. So once you break up out of a range, you close outside of it, you should not be coming back into it. And that range did come from a 4-hour time frame, and so we violated that. So I have deleted that since. That range would have basically been putting us back here, exactly to where we're looking to get to here. And to the downside, it would have put us in here, just on top of this green colored box here. So, but that has since been deleted. So far, the chart looks pretty decent. Lacking a little bit of momentum. You could also see that from over here on this 15-minute time frame. So if I just pop that down there, slip a little bit more here, you can see that we're putting in a little bit of a bearish divergence here. So just getting overextended early here this morning with the move. Already, again, signaling a little bit of a cool off here on this push up, because we were getting a bit overextended here. But so far, everything is okay. In standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger Band, I know that. So if I turn this one on here, so we're just basically in between standard deviation 1 and 2 here on the Bollinger Band. I took the little Coin King symbol off the chart. It's usually sitting over here, but he informed me, and I did not realize how bad I was blocking which coin I was looking at. So I took that away. But yeah, besides that, we did just get a delta cross, a negative delta cross, and MACD is still up in the air, so we're not close to the zero line, but we did get a negative delta cross, which just reconfirms the bear div trying to get this push up here. We'll see how things go today. Now I did take a look at USDT dominance, Ethereum dominance, Bitcoin dominance, and the VIX all together here. I got them all lined up right here, all pretty and whatnot. You can see Bitcoin dominance is coming down again. Ethereum dominance, whoa, look at that. That's nice. It's a nice little rounded formation here too. It's a double bottom per se, or inverse head and shoulder, however you want to go with that. But it's a nice little bottom down here, rounding bottom down here on the Ethereum dominance. That looks really nice there. Loving it. The VIX getting whacked. Yesterday I shared the VIX on my account also, but you can see it looked like it was going to bounce away from this gap here, and then it decided, nope, I'll just roll over. So I got a chance to look at a few of the stocks this morning just to see what those positions were looking like. So that's the VIX for us there. And then USDT dominance. This one is down too. So yeah, everything's down except for Ethereum, which is nice. That is nice. So while we're talking about it, let's talk about it. Let's see. All right, so you can see SUI hasn't done anything different. It's still here within the same little range in here. This could be accumulation, but like I said, SUI is showing a bit of weakness. If it gets above here, gets a closure above here, then it will have validated this potentially double bottom here. So we would need to see that closure here first. So just basically getting out of this zone is what I'd be looking for SUI. Ethereum looking pretty good here. Still not managing to get past these lows in here, but still looking pretty good in here. Like from the sell off to the bounce, this is looking quite nice. 37.58 or 37.59. Once we can get through that, we can start back entertaining that 4,008. Otherwise, this could just be another higher, lower high here, or just be a lower high, and then we roll down here. And of course, the levels that I showed that I was interested in are potentially that Ethereum could come back to, which I did share this last week also on my account at Down to Crypto TA. Since we've already pretty much done, we could see a bounce again from the 33.26, so the low of the weekly level here. 31.85 I know was in line with the VWAP, and then there's also liquidity here about this low here, so that's 29, not 29.33, so somewhere down in here. So those are just the three targets if Ethereum puts in a lower high here and comes down. Otherwise, 4,008 is on the table for ETH. Let's say take a look here at XRP. XRP is really trying. Almost looks like it has a little bit of an inverse head and shoulder. Nothing confirmed over here on it just yet. Still, wrestling with getting away from this $3.02 here. Let me just slide these out a little bit. But still wrestling with the range in here. Overall, things have held up pretty well. I'll be looking forward to get here if it does manage to break out of the range. And you can see that that's 327 to 337 here. Back here where we had the previous week high at, and these lows here. Potentially just another lower high, but I do like the fact that it's holding VWAP and respecting VWAP at the moment. Even though it's not getting that break, that push, that extra push that it needs, that momentum to drive it out of here. Take a look at the indicators down here. Yeah, so we were diverging again, the little bit of bearish divergence. We talked about this as well, so that's the only thing that's really holding it back. But once we can get through that, it'd be okay. A little bit of a cloud cover here on the RSI, but that's also an indication of a squeeze. And you know what, let me take a look and see if I have that in here. And I actually don't have it in here. I just have this money flow in here, unfortunately. So let me see. No, Ethereum. It looks like it's going to be a bear div here on ETH, by the way. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a bear div there on Ethereum. Solana, I was waiting to see if Solana would come back down here to the low of this trend line before it made its way up. I was hoping that it did like a halfway move in here and came down and then went up, but it's not doing that right now. It looks pretty nice as far as this formation is concerned. Yeah, it looks nice as far as the formation is concerned. I do like the 4 hour RSI. Doesn't mean it can't put in a bear div and then get one additional move down. It may not come all the way back down here to this trend line. It may, yeah, it may not do that. But nonetheless, I mean, the RSI looks pretty decent over here, I have to say. And even if it did, let's just say that it did break below the bottom side of this trend line here, it would probably end up putting in some bullish divergence, and then that would be an opportunity to jump long. Because I did have that long position again. I did have that long position set up. I just kind of hit it because we're not coming back to this level at the moment. So we'll see if the potential for this is still in play. But at the moment, it doesn't look likely right now. So I guess if you weren't in the Solana long from the moment that this squeeze over here started, which it was a pretty rapid, squeeze here, then yeah, it may not come back down here. We would check it out. Should it do so? All right, so that's basically it. I'm just gonna focus on those four right there for now. Maybe later on today we'll get into some of the other altcoins, but Sui, Ethereum, XRP, and Sol, just kind of keeping an eye on those. All right, and back over here to Biddy. Yesterday in here we got like 2 drives of bearish divergence here. I did spot that, but it was no point in talking about it. We're all familiar with this level in here at this point, and price getting resistance right there. I could spot the divergence. I added a few little dots here on this indicator here, on the RSI indicator. Just kind of helped me a little bit more with some relevancy of price action. And then once I saw that red little dot right here, I knew that some sort of a bear deal was likely to be coming into play, and that's what we did. So you can see we did these 2 drives of bearish divergence here, and then we got that rollover. But all in all, things again, they look fine. They look fine to me. Just back down here to the bottom side of the channel, and if I look at it on the 1 hour time frame, it really wasn't anything too different over here. I mean, all of this looked nice. It was just so choppy yesterday. So when I did enter the long, because I didn't feel like playing in the market, especially with all of the chopped and whatnot. I didn't even pick it up down here. I picked it up off of this breakout of this cloud over here. Everything was just a little bit too choppy for me to want to play around with it, and I still have my short position open. So this short here is still open at the moment, and I'm also focusing on some other positions in the market, some equity positions. So we'll see what the market gives us today. We could try to come back up for another drive of bearish divergence here. Otherwise, we might just come back down here and retest the bottom side of this trend line here. And I'm only saying that because the RSI looks pretty decent in here at the moment. And it looks like it's trying to curve up here. If it starts to lose this momentum line in here, which will probably line up with that signal line down here, then we would end up coming back here. Then we can see if we can get a bounce away from this level here. And this will also be the standard deviation 1 and 2. The Bollinger. Yeah, so that would also line up with standard deviation 1 and 2 down here as well. If we get that drop down. Well, I hope everyone is having a wonderful, wonderful morning. Surprisingly, I'm not tired. I'm really not. I'm really not all that tired. I just tried my best to just try to relax as much as I could though before jumping on the stream. I'm up watching YouTube videos at 12 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm trying to force myself to go to sleep, and I'm not getting, I'm not falling asleep, and I doze off for like an hour, and then I'm back up, and yeah, maybe sometime today I'll be really exhausted. So I entered like two positions, in the stock market yesterday. I did AMD, which I shared on my account, and I also ended up doing a circle position. I said I wasn't going to do circle, but it came down around the range that I said that I would, get my toes wet a little bit. So circle is I just use my own capital on circle. AMD is something that I did on BTCC. On Tuesday entered into that Amazon position that I shared with everyone, and it was going really, really good. And I set a stop loss on that, and price came back a little bit. It didn't actually hit my stop loss. It did not hit my stop loss at all. But I was taken out of the trade because BTCC does this thing what they call a average price. So they will take you out of the trade based on that. And I didn't realize that. It was my first trade on BTCC. So I'm really learning a lot about the platform. You know, versus if I was on, let's say, Robinhood or Webull, they have after hours and you can actually trade. Like this thing just closes as soon as the market closes. Like there's no after hours trading with this at all. So I'm learning about that. I'm learning I have to adjust the settings to make sure it's not executing me out at average. Give me just a moment because I couldn't sleep last night and I was bugging my sister. All right, sorry for that pause. Just flip through a couple of charts here. Daily chart looks like it's trying to shape up a little bit. When I just looked at it, it wasn't too shabby. So let me just go back over here and take a look at the daily time frame here. I mean, this could just be just a quick signal on it. Maybe we come back. Maybe we get that extra move down, and then we get a push back up here to take out that high. Still looking for that 130 to come into play. Can't say with certainty that the top is not in, but I could see 130 as a possibility on the chart. There were some things that indicated that 130 was a target. Um, So I do kind of like how the RSI is trying to pull itself together. The only issue I'm having here is the bit of a cloud cover, which hasn't made too much of a difference, to be honest. Like over here, it didn't really make a difference, but you don't get too far when it's looking like this. So it really didn't make a difference there. So we could push through that. I do like the way the MACD and the delta is shaping up. So just a little bit more, get above the zero line at least, and especially with the MACD still being above the zero line. We want to see it like curl over somewhere right in here. It came down below it just ever so slightly over here before we got that push up. So in here, this move here, so we could see something like that coming into play for the daily time frame. I mean, I wouldn't knock it being nice, so I like that. Take a look at let me add another time frame on here. This is the monthly, but I really would rather be looking at the weekly chart. So that's just our range break from the monthly time frame. That we came back and we got the back test on here. Just look down here. I mean, we have too many bear divs on the monthly time frame, that is for sure. It doesn't mean that we can't come up and get another drive of bearish divergence, because we can, but we have the bear div on the RSI, we have the bear div on the MACD, we have the bear div on the money flow. I mean, we have bear divs on multiple indicators. So that is a little bit of a red flag for the monthly time frame. Yeah, just a little bit of a red flag, but overall, we're still in good standings on the monthly time frame, so we can't always come back up again. I mean, like um, even over here, we put in a drive of bear div um, here. Actually, not there, because there's no bear divs there. Had the cloud cover here. I know that we have some bearish divergence from this high time frame. I'm just not seeing it in the moment. I don't know. But yeah, just the cloud cover there. And we're just squeezing in here on the RSI. So some sort of a volatile move. I would expect for that to happen. Let me move back to the monthly time frame so I can see that better. Okay, so here we can see here from the monthly how we had the bear div, but we had that cloud cover. We're already pressing up against a cloud cover here on this monthly time frame where that blue line is located at. But you know, money flow has a bear div as well. Just the MACD still looks pretty decent in here. So once that turns down, once this gets a chance to cross the signal line, and then I guess then we could start to feel a little bit more bearish, because you can see here where we crossed the signal line here, and we got that nice push down. We crossed it over here as well, and we got a decent pull down there also. So just if you're watching your monthly time frame, that's what I'd be looking for, MACD cross. Market has been so tricky and choppy. All right, so over here with the Amazon position, it was a really nice entry over here on this Amazon position, and it has really pumped up from the point that that I mentioned it. So that was a nice little move for Amazon. If anyone did take that position on BTCC. Pre-market 222. I don't know what the heck was happening last night, but somewhere around, I want to say that it must have been about 6:30. No, it wasn't 6:30. It was like 5:30. I started seeing after hours. I started seeing the a drop, and then it pulled back up real quickly. But I don't know what was happening with that. It wasn't just on Amazon. It was on Nvidia. It was on AMD as well. And I look over here at Nvidia pre-market 181.19. So this is looking good. I entered the Nvidia position here. I actually closed it out yesterday. I closed it out because I wanted to rotate those funds into another trade, which is what I ended up doing. So I closed it out yesterday, but yeah, 181.17. That's looking really, really nice. Now I do hold Nvidia long term, so I didn't mind cutting the trade position. We're about to put in a new high on Nvidia for sure. And this is the one for AMD here. So far 166 on this move here. I got in just a little bit below this golden pocket here. It's in the 160 though, but just a little bit below the golden pocket. I put critical on here because anything below this 156, that's going to be a problem. Don't really want to come below this wick, to be honest with you. Which if I could look at this, let's see. I think I put this on the 4-hour time frame. Yeah. So we hadn't come back into the green box over here in a minute. I'm sorry, the bottom cloud. We haven't come back into the bottom cloud in a minute. And anytime we did, we didn't expand, which is why I put critical on here, because we don't want to see an expansion. Just want to know where the max pain is supposed to be at. And so where that wick is supposed to be the max pain for AMD. On this move down. Now what it does once it gets this, finishes out this bounce away, if it does pull back again, then have to reassess it then. But so far, I mean, yeah, no expansion has happened during this entire move up. So that looks pretty good. See if we can fill in this gap or come back up here to this trend line. I'll probably take, close this thing out at that point. I did take profit on my long-term hold of AMD as well. I did. I said I wanted to add to my AMD position, but then, the earnings information and all of that good stuff just kind of spooked me out a little bit. So I am a little wary in terms of what AMD is going to do. Um, yeah, just a little weary in terms of what it's going to do. Aside from that, I mean, the chart is playing out pretty good here, or the long setup is playing out pretty good over here. Long entry, because I didn't give a setup. I just entered on this one. I didn't even provide this one. I just provided the Amazon one. And then Circle, I'm not on the correct chart for Circle, or the correct frame for Circle, where I actually have my levels in here. But yeah, I mean, it looked pretty good to me to enter in on it. And I won't hold this for too long, just because it's tied to crypto, and the crypto space is struggling just a little bit, and I don't know how this is going to work out. So, but I did enter on this before we got this breakup here. Maybe it tries to come back up here again. That would be a nice play. May not happen since I'm in it now. I had Palantir here at first. Let's see, 179. So, I mean, there's nothing to be said about Palantir's thing. It's just a rocket. I mean, forever up. Just forever up. Love it. I was hoping that Palantir gets a move back down here. Now, based on the indicator, it's supposed to be getting a little bit of a pullback. I mean, that's just based on the indicators. Does it happen? That's the other thing. It's starting to show that there'd be some sort of a squeeze on the longs. Just a little pullback here on this 4-hour time frame. Each time it did get a little red dot in here, you can see it did get some sort of a pullback. So I'm looking for that, because it's extended, and that's all this is indicating, is that it's pretty extended here on the RSI. It has nothing to do with the actual numbers, how high it is on the RSI. It has nothing to do with that. It's another setting that I applied to it, but this should give it a little bit of a pullback. So I'm waiting for that to happen. And again, this is indicating the same thing. Now the RSI, not the RSI, but the MACD isn't showing that at the moment. Like this nice little spread here, this mouth open here is, it's a little different than when it was over here. But maybe it chops in here just a little bit, and then it gets that pullback. But I'll be looking for that. I'll be looking to take a little leverage position over on BTCC. Palantir, you can't go wrong long in this puppy. That's for sure. All right, so back over here to Biddy. Let me just draw a fib on this just in case it's not that extend. Just in case it's not coming back into this trend line and it stops ahead of it. Now this over here, how did I have it? This was supposed to be the play for this one that I had posted. What day was it? Monday? Yeah, it was Monday. Monday when I posted on my X account, I was saying that because originally what I was looking for, it didn't happen. So I said, well, hey, the only thing I could think of that they would want to be doing is let me move this out of the way. Only thing I could think of that they want to do is they want to come up here and take out this little bit of liquidity here. And then once they take out this liquidity and validating the bearish divergence, then we come back down. And so we come back down for that zone that I was looking at with the golden pocket 786, but that liquidity was sitting down here. So it's supposed to go like that. So come up, take that liquidity, which we did not do. So we didn't take this liquidity up here as this is suggesting. We did do this part here as this is suggesting. But now we're still working on this part here and coming back up to this point here. So that was the setup that I gave on my X account. And so we'll see, because at the moment, hold on, let me see. Yeah. So it's this right here. This was the setup given. And I did it from that 4-hour chart, but yeah, that's not, I don't know, we're struggling here. Like I said, if we keep hitting it, if we keep hitting this level enough times, then price will break up through here. I have no concerns about my short being stopped out. Let me just say that. I'm happy if everybody else is happy. I have not taken any profit from that. And I'm always encouraging people to take profit. Always. But I'm hedged now again. We came back to my level yesterday. Again, I just entered off of this. Entered off of this once I could see that, we were clearing up enough to stop doing this choppy stuff. Then I decided to hedge. Yeah, if we were trying to push up right now, we would only put in another bear div on this move up. I think Donald Trump was supposed to be giving a speech yesterday around 4:30. Not really sure how that went, because I didn't see anybody actually sharing it on their YouTube channel or anything like that. So we'll see. But if you're looking to get long, just give it a minute. Don't want to buy into the bear divs. We're gonna look down here and see if we can get in down here. Or in my case, I may open up a second one. I didn't add last night. I'll just see if it looks worth adding. And that's what I should have been doing, taking an Ethereum trade. Jeez. I can thoroughly say I have not been entertained by Ethereum. I mean, it's done very well for itself so far. I just haven't been entertained by it personally. All right, here we go. Let me check volume on this. We haven't had much in terms of volume here lately. That's for sure. Got a lot of shorts piling in, it looks like. A lot of shorts did pile in. I'm telling you, every time when you go on to when you go on the coin glass and you start seeing price moving up with a whole bunch of red bars down here for the order book, do the opposite. Because every time this happens, every time you have a ton of shorts piling in, it just squeezes the price up. That's all it does. Because we're in a range. When we're in a range, it's all about liquidity. What else can it be about? See how you had these two little, when you see something like that, that's a go. I mean, you'll never know if that's all it's going to be. Let's just say you see this and then all of a sudden you see a red bar. Go long. It works. I kid you not, it works. Like right here, I hate that it keeps getting in the way. You see these few little green bars here at this pivot, and then suddenly you get a red bar. Go long, because it works. Let's see if this will take us back a little bit. Same thing in the opposite direction. You got a bunch of little green bars right here. People trying to get long, and then all of a sudden you get these two little red ones, and then followed up by a green one. Like this was pretty major right here though. So yeah, go short. I don't know why this works, but I'm telling you, it works. One little green bar here, followed up by red, get long. This is hilarious. But I have looked back over this and I have seen repeatedly how it works. So let's see what we got down here. 113.3. 113 basically. Get all of this up here. We had some pretty good liquidity build up below us. And honestly, market makers haven't really been coming for it because too many shorts have been piling into the market, so they really haven't been coming in for it. And it's 116. It's just basically back to that top side of that liquidity that I mentioned earlier from that long setup that I'm still looking for to get taken. That's what that is. All right. I guess while Bitcoin is deciding what it's going to do, what else is popping off in the charts? Nothing really. Everything we've covered so far, everything looks exactly the same. This XLM continues to look pretty enticing. It really does. We had that one, move down below here. Because this was, again, drawn from a line perspective here. And we've been coming back up into this top trend line here quite a bit. I really lean on this getting a breakout and taking out this equal high over here. A little bit of a cloud cover in here. I really do like this chart. I like it. It's not making that move just yet, but I like it. See if Doge has done anything different. Got the little break up from this trend line and just back tested it a little bit here, still within the lower bounds of the range. I'm sure Tron is in heaven somewhere. This has to be the top performer. The top performer. TRX. And just back at that, yeah, that same little level where it got that rejection around here. Previous week high again could be a place to stall out, and if not, I'm still thinking that Tron gets up there to that 45. But it is finding itself struggling around that 33.98. It is struggling there. Maybe it does as much as to just break through here. Maybe just this little extra over here around, what is that? 34.31. Maybe that, and then it gets another little pullback back below this trend line here. It's really hard to say with this one. I don't think it goes too much further in the current moment before it sees a little bit of a correction. It is putting in a bear div. At this resistance, it's putting in a bear div. See the link. Just still, the rejection off of the neckline and another attempt to come back up. I mean, that golden pocket bounce. This just looks awful. I'm going to take that away. It just looks awful to me. I'm going to take that away too. Don't really need it. in the moment, it does still have a bit of a cloud cover here from this indicator. It's in the middle of nowhere at the moment. See it on the daily. This could be good. I mean, I like link chart. I've confessed that I've liked this chart a few times, but it still has a little bit of work here on the daily time frame before I start to feel too bullish on it. But yeah, definitely a good looking chart. A golden pocket back test, reclaim on VWAP. Let's come back up this neckline. And then it's off to whatever the next level is, which I don't see at the moment, or I just don't have it on. But I like link. Virtual is just getting slapped around. Never quite made it down here to this 2-day fair value gap. I don't know what it's really trying to hold on to at this point. Okay. I don't think I considered this. Apparently I didn't consider it because I have nothing on it. It did hold. Well, yeah, it held through here a few times. I just figured it would probably do this gap instead. I don't like this part, but it does suggest that even with this, it could come back up to 170. I don't like it, but yeah. It does suggest that it could get back up there to that 170 right now, though. It's actually pretty nice, so I take that back. It is actually pretty nice. I don't think it's going to respect that. But it's actually pretty nice. So 170 is what I would be looking for virtuals. Maybe the first move with the bear div. I can see the pending bear div coming in from the delta. So maybe the first move it gets a rejection in here, and then it gets that push up. So come up. Yeah, come up for the rejection here first. Come back down. I'll probably be looking forward to. Let me turn that off for a sec. This is from the daily. Maybe it'll hold in there. Maybe it'll hold that. But that's what it looks like it's going to do. Get a rejection out of here. Let's say it do something like that. Maybe even cross that a little bit. And then come back up to that. And if it's not that, then it'll hit this first. But this doesn't look too shabby. It really doesn't look too shabby. So this is still below VWAP here and below the weekly average range here as well. Good old theta. Bitcoin is still just sitting in the same spot, like it is like hovering, just sitting there, doing nothing. I like theta, so I mean, I really like to see it hold in here and not lose this golden pocket. Just because it hasn't changed market structure, so I would really like to see that happen, like it did. Yeah, I would like to see that happen. Then we get a little bit of a higher low here. And then a break above up into this 119, 129, 130. But right now it has a lack of momentum like everything else, with the exception of Ethereum. And look at Bitcoin. Wow. That's it. Bear div for sure. It's a bear div. With low volume. But those shorts piling in, I'm telling you, that's all it takes. As long as those shorts keep piling in, it will continue to squeeze higher. I don't think people really understand that. We really need to, doesn't have to take out this pivot, but it needs to close up above the body of these candles here. Bear div on money flow. Like I said on Tuesday, it's not that the bears are wrong, because they're correct to look at this and, assume short it, but it's just too many bears piling into the market. And, that's how exchanges make their money, is on liquidity. So they get liquidity hunts from these all of these shorts that's piling in. So I'm gonna have to redraw that. So I'm just going to delete it. Since I have to redraw it, I have to wait for this to stop pumping. Ethereum dominance just continuing to skyrocket over here. I'll tell you another thing I noticed too, is that when Ethereum dominance starts to decline and Bitcoin dominance starts to go up, that's when Bitcoin starts dumping too. Or selling off. I just say selling off. So you get both the decline in Ethereum dominance and the rise in Bitcoin dominance, and then you'll start to see Bitcoin pulling back. So it could be that Bitcoin is riding Ethereum's coattail right now. Could be that too. Oh, look at ETH, man. Look at Ethereum. I guess this is not going to be a lower high, because we're about to get that closure above this little marker right here. So that idea is going to be completely wrong. Could end up being completely wrong anyway. Let me put it like that. That's looking pretty juicy. Might need to be more on Ethereum chart today than Bitcoin. That's for sure. That's all right. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be this one. It's a lot of resistance to get through. And look at the volume. Stop playing. Oh man. Sometimes volume doesn't really matter. You know, just the context of using it, of how you use it. But that's garbage. It's a 4 hour time frame, so it may not be, could be a while before this actually shows you what the bar is actually doing, what the volume bar is actually doing. But in the moment, it looks crappy. I know this looks absolutely amazing on the 1 hour. Yeah, Bitcoin is basically riding Ethereum's coattail. I mean, you take a look at. I don't want to jump off of that chart because it looks really, really good. So, hold on. Let's see. Let me put a fib on this. I just want to see where it is. Coming into the 786. It'll likely blast through that and then come back down a little bit. Probably get a little bit of a reaction off of that. But when you look back over here at this dominance, this Ethereum dominance over here, just straight murdering it. And then look at Bitcoin dominance here and USDT both at the same time and the VIX. Yeah. ETH ain't playing with it. Ethereum is not playing with it. All right, excuse me for just a moment. All right. A little bit of bitty action here in Ethereum. We'll probably stay choppy and untrue to price action until market opens, to be honest with you. Once market opens, then we'll get the true price action. But right now that VIX is falling off. It is falling off at the moment. USDT dominance is also falling off at the moment. And Ethereum dominance, like I said, is skyrocketing. And let's see here. The stocks that we looked at earlier, the Nvidia, Amazon, Palantir, AMD, they're all getting a little bit of pumpy action here. So not bad. Not bad. Looks like we could actually be invalidating. Like I said, we have to get that. No, not yet. Not yet. We'll confirm the bear div on the 1 hour for Bitcoin if we close above this little pivot or close above here. And we'll validate the bearish div. I mean, it could easily be invalidated as well. But I'm just saying, in the moment, it is validating bearish divergence. It is potential bearish divergence here. But if we're getting through this zone, then you can expect for price to come to here next. Which I haven't really looked at the chart to see if there was a new 4-hour zone. 'Cause I think we've pretty much just been in between the same in the same range. So I don't think that there is a new 4-hour zone yet. I'm just gonna check and make sure. No, there really isn't anything new. The 4-hour is looking good though. I was just looking at something I hadn't looked at in a minute. So while I think the lower time frame, such as the 15-minute and the 1 hour, may have a little bit of exhaustion in the move up, 4-hour continues to look really nice for Bitcoin chart. Like we've seen the RSI on the 4-hour time frame, and it looks really, really nice. Even when we had all this chop over in here, the 4-hour still looked nice. But again, I just didn't feel the need to enter with all the chop happening. And so, just my late entry is somewhere here, right before this big candle right here happened. I know it was before that, but it was just in here. Now the 4-hour may blast straight through this level. It may, but I know that this is my next target. And it looks like it's easily going to come back up here for this previous week high, which is also where I have my short position at. So it's also where I entered my short. All right, let's see how Ethereum does with this 786. I mean, Ethereum look like it's gone. Like it's gone. I was thinking maybe we put in a lower high. It looks like it's gone, and it can prove that it is gone. And yeah, be looking for that. And then afterwards, you have that 47 up there. Have a sip of my morning coffee. So this is the liquidity here I'm looking for. And I could probably extend that out to, let me see. You know what, I will go 20 on this. It doesn't look like it, it's a expansion that would hold up, but you never know. See about that. How about I'm right on point? I didn't even think about that. So I can take that away then. So that's the liquidity I've been looking for a price to take. So I can delete that because, we're coming into this golden pocket here now. Then after that, we know that 786. But that money flow on that 15-minute time frame suggests that we probably wouldn't push past this. That's what it suggests. And then we see a little bit of a reaction. Nothing serious, but a little bit of a reaction in here. You see what they're doing over here on the heat map, man. Bears, boy, getting wrecked. Not too much a reaction from Ethereum here off of this 4 hour on this 4 hour time frame at that 786 there. If there was gonna be some bearish dip, ooh, see that inverse head and shoulder there? I don't like when they're at the top of the chart, but that is definitely an inverse head and shoulder. I trust it on the indicator more than I would on price action if I was seeing this. If I saw it on price action, I wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't be down with it. But seeing it on the indicator, that's an inverse head and shoulder. Wow. That is definitely an inverse head and shoulder on that RSI. Stand up at my desk for a little while. Okay. All right. Diddy. Early in the morning. Early in the morning being a Tasmanian devil. And still a bunch of shorts. That's all we're looking at right now is a bunch of shorts. So just remember that little tip I gave you. And there really isn't anything besides this golden pocket that suggests it could, get a little bit of a reaction in here. Because you can see where that purple box is. The next purple box is up there where that 786 is located at. That is that's an actual resistance level. I mean, resistance can be spotted anywhere on the chart. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot more confluence to that next purple box up there. Let me check something over here. May have gotten the false. I didn't. Okay. We are getting ready for a little minor rejection on Bitcoin. We are getting ready for a little minor rejection on Bitcoin. Doesn't mean go short, because like I said, it's a pile up of shorts in the market right now. And if you get anything out of this, let's just say, and again, I'm not saying to take a short. Get anything out of this, it's trying to do it from right there. I'm gonna set it like this. May not get any more than that. You always want a 3-to-1. May not get anything more than that, to be honest. If you get anything more, then maybe just something like this. I'm not trying to encourage the shorts though, because they'll just squeeze the price up higher. But those orders are being missed ever so slightly. Yeah, they're about right in there. But let's just say, let's just say it pulls back a little bit in here first before it gets up here to where that is. Put the price level in there before it gets up here to around this 116,557. If it pulls back in here first, then it'll probably just blast up through here and come on up here to the 786. But as I'm reading the chart, it does indicate some sort of a pullback in here. But no sense in shorting. No sense. Oh, boy. USDT dominance. It is back testing a support level here as well. It's just information. It doesn't really mean anything. Oh yeah, definitely gonna get that pullback right around in here. I'm gonna give you the explanation for why I'm saying like that 116.55 or something like that. It's basically just this right here. So I'm just looking at this in here. Now it can choose to do it now if it wants to, but that's what I'm looking at. It's just this through here. Even though I can see from the indicator that some sort of exhaustion is in here, it can still squeeze a little bit more. But if it tries to do a correction from here, it may do something sort of like how it did over here, where it only comes down a little bit and then pushes back in or something like that. So I'd rather see it just go ahead and do it now. Just want to see if this has any bearing on the rest of the market. Man, it didn't move too much over here. That XRP and that Solana. We'll put this back on the 1 hour. Excuse me. 15, like I was saying, 15 is already suggesting that some sort of a correction is pending within here. So it's a little bit more up in here. That's already indicating that something is pending here on the 15. But you can see how when it did it the last time, it didn't do a whole lot in here, not from the 15. So I'm just flipping it back to a 1. Market's going crazy this morning. I can hear everybody sort of raving on Ethereum. Solana next. All right. Looks like I end up looking for that short. Even though I don't think it's worth looking at short, especially when the 4 hour looks as nice as it's looking right now. I really don't think it's worth it. Can you get something like a little scalp position or something like that? Absolutely. Um, so far, you good. And the crazy thing is, this isn't even showing that it's a strong move just yet. I mean, it looks like it's a strong move, but it's not even indicating that it's a strong move just yet. Like we're finally starting to get to a point where it might be hinting at it, but so far it hasn't been a strong move. But that right there, that was to get long, along with here, along with that. Oh boy. Now for Ethereum, like I haven't taken a single Ethereum long position, but let's just say, for instance, how it did over here. If it starts to do this, where it just hangs in standard deviation 1 and 2 with the expansion, then I will take one. But right now, it doesn't look like that at the moment. It's not hanging in there at the moment. It could just be getting started. So I want to see what it does. And I just continue to check coin glass to see where some longs might be tempted to come in. So far, I don't see anything on that order book down there just yet. In terms of green bars, I don't see anything just yet. Just still a bunch of red bars down there. This could potentially be another indication in here. How we had this really nice candle bar here. I'm starting to slow down. I mean, it just opened, so I'm being a little bit premature with it. But the slowness now and the candle body size is paired with the slowness because, like I said, that candle bar just opened. So we'll see. Oh man, I can keep tripping. Did you want to open my new song? Do you want some pizza? No. What do you want me to make? All right, we're just really slow right now. That's it. I think again, 1 hour suggests that we're at a resistance zone. 15 minute also suggests that we're at a resistance zone. I still think around that 116.5, something like that. Perhaps before we start to see a little bit of a correction come in on this 1 hour time frame, but ultimately, I think that this is the zone right here. At least is what I've been looking at for a while now. right. We are just so slow right now. Look at what's going on over here with all right, so remember that other indicator I told you? Her other new indicator is ETH dominance dropping and Bitcoin dominance pumping. That's usually what that reversal will come in at too. It's something that I noticed in the chart. So we look over here now. We can see Ethereum dominance. As it got extended here, we're starting to put in a little bit of a red bar here. We started putting a little bit of a green bar over here on Bitcoin dominance. So yeah, I mean that's just one of the other confluences that I noticed. We'll see how this works out, and then we'll revisit this. And then of course we know that with that dominance, if Bitcoin dominance does start to push up and it is indicating the resistance with the Ethereum dominance coming down, then it'll correct some of the altcoins too, which most of them are not even pushing right now, just Ethereum. All right, we're almost there. And that price target. you, love. Okay. Now I'm like 116,557. Now we 116,6 something. So let's see what we could be doing here. I know this is the real resistance level, but it didn't look like we was going to get up here first. Looked like we would get a little bit of a correction first, then hit that. That's enough. All right. Definitely about to get it. I'm gonna put this back on the 15. You can see that rise right there. So just be a little bit patient. We're not even breaking below one of these candles over here just yet. Let's see what Ethereum looks like on a lower time frame. Let me just make sure this stays over here. Let's go for a 15-minute. So I do like the way the 15 minutes stayed within here, within the standard 1 and 2. I like that one. I'm sort of feeling enticed to take an Ethereum short. Be a scalp. That still looks nice, but let me drop that so we don't have too much going on. Ethereum did, at least on this candle right here, didn't actually close below that, but nonetheless looks a little bit more likely I take a short on this one, but it'll, be all right. See this on the daily. So we're just hitting that standard deviation 1 here. Oh, look at that squeeze, boy. Look at that squeeze. So that means that if Ethereum is even coming up here to this 4008, then it would be expanding here. It would be expanding this Bollinger or potentially getting up here. And the same would be true to the downside. So when it got the drop down here into the bottom of the Bollinger and it just bounced away, because yeah. It's at 39.35 at the moment. I can't really tell it from this too much. I'm gonna hide that for just a sec. Sorry. Let me see. I need a flat top. So we literally didn't even tap into this one. Okay. All right, just a little something on that Ethereum. Just a little, not a lot. Just a small little Ethereum short for me. Not looking for too much. It's a scalp. Or I don't even call it a scalp because just a small little Ethereum short in here. See what it does. If it does. If it does. Can be invalidated. Whatever bearish divergence is showing in here can be invalidated. But at the moment, it's not. About the only thing I wish I saw differently on Ethereum chart right now is I like to see this rising. It's just flat here. I like to see it, push up into here like that, like so. But it's not doing that right now. I just like it when it looks like that. I like it better. Same thing goes for Bitcoin. How over here, where it was indicating short squeeze here, how at least we had the rise and you can identify the squeeze in here. I'd rather see that personally. So with any sort of a corrective move down, I'll probably be looking forward to stay within, or just come back down here towards the standard deviation one here and then continue to move away. We'll see what it actually wants to give. Overall, 15-minute doesn't have any bearish divergence, and I think when we looked at the 1 hour, it may have invalidated any sort of bearish divergence it would have given, and it did invalidate any sort of bearish divergence that it would have given over here. So that's out the window. Just gonna highlight this for reference so when I speak on it, then it's understood. Shave top. It's that 116,828.93. We still don't seem to be enticing any longs. All right, about to get that 4 hour candle close on Bitcoin too. Want to see how we do here, in terms of, like I said, maybe just a small correction in here. We haven't even taken out this low here just yet. So maybe just a small correction in here, and then we come up here for this 786 into this purple, the next zone here of resistance. And I'm looking at that kind of sideways just a little bit, simply because here we're basically just right around the top side of the dynamic cloud here. That's basically where we're at right now, where we're seeing a little bit of a reaction from, along with everything else that we were looking at. So I'm starting to feel like this just gets blasted through again. I think I said that earlier, that it could potentially want to just blast through it. Come straight up here for the jugular. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully Ethereum don't just blast through here. Please don't. Yeah, dominance is starting to pull back up a little bit. And Bitcoin dominance is starting to go back down again. Maybe it's not the best indicator because it can reverse on you real quick. But nonetheless, you can see what I was talking about, where Ethereum dominance is rising, Bitcoin dominance is dropping. That's just fuel for prices to go higher. And when the opposite happens, that's when the pullback starts happening. Yeah. And so far, Ethereum hasn't actually shown that it's ready to flatten out either. You see how far away it is from standard deviation too. You really want to see it, back inside here after playing around on the outside. You really want to see it come back into the bands. Even if it goes higher, you just want to see it come back into the bands so you can start to see the bands flatten out. And right now, it's pretty aggressively staying outside of the band. One big candle so far, one smaller one. I don't expect for it to completely come back down here and engulf this candle with this one here. So Maybe a little bit more chopping here with some smaller candles and show momentum is slowing down in here alongside this smaller candle here. But let me drop down and see what that little candle right there is doing. Let me put it on the 5 minute. Okay. I mean, it is just a 5 minute time frame. I don't think I could rely on that. The bear div in here, I really don't think I could rely on that. So, 7 minute. I'm gonna stick to that one. The last few minutes of a candle can usually be very volatile. So I am down about 4% on that Ethereum short. Which is all right. It's all right. Again, I'm not looking for much out of it. As long as it doesn't, start to blast up through here. Probably should have waited at least for another candle to come in here. All right, so I closed above this white line right here, then that would be the invalidation of the bear div here for Ethereum on the 1 hour time frame. It's a little bit over. I'm not concerned. All right. Now it's starting to rise a little bit. Not, still doesn't look anything like this, but it is starting to rise a little bit in here. Look back at the 1 hour on Biddy. Let's see what data we have today. So unemployment claims at 8:30. And then Trump speaks again at 4, which is supposed to be medium news, but you know how it goes when Trump speaks. So we'll see how that happens. All right, 4 hour saying it's a little bit extended here too for Biddy. Uh, so you can see here, 4 hour is also suggesting it's a little extended in here. A little extended down to 1, and then it was showing it's a little bit extended here on the 15 as well, as we were talking about this being a potential resistance zone. Again, I'm not really looking for much, but I mean, being that they're all extended, you may come down just a little bit more. We can draw a fib from this low to here. I think that was the highest there, and we can see come back and hold this box as support here. That'd be great, right? Come back, hold it as support, and then get up here to our next, or blast through this one and come up here, you know, around 118, 119. We'll put it back on the one that has the Ethereum. So Bitcoin here, Ethereum here. I'm not sure if this one has the same thing on the 4. It does, showing it's a little bit extended here on the 4 as well. Doesn't mean it can't continue to push. You can see it happen right here. And we got this wick. It didn't go up too much higher. And it has to, yeah, I mean, this just looked completely different. But actually, yeah, it was completely different in here too. This was for the pump, so I'm sorry. Let me look at this over here. Yeah, still don't expect too much out of this. Not at all. Maybe we come back and back test this golden pocket here potentially, or we just stop here at 37.58 if we get that far. We'll put this back to a 1. Remember, right now I said that standard deviation 1, you know, we're still in it. We're still in these highs up here. So maybe we get a little bit more of a squeeze here on the 15-minute, but definitely all 3 of those time frames are showing that it will correct some. Ethereum dominance still pumping up on me. It's all right. It could be because that 4-hour candle just opened too. Could be because of that. But nonetheless, still outside of this band. Still dark green. I like Bitcoin where you saw the little light green come in. still pretty dark over here. We invalidate that bear div. We did not. Not yet. Once we lose that, once we manage to lose the standard deviation 1, it'll be a lot easier for price to move through here, because you can see the inefficiency all through here. So it's not much volume through here. So be looking at this. That's going to give it some bullish divergence underneath there too on that 15-minute time frame, if that happens. But we're still holding that bullish control zone right now. So like I said, I would treat it like a scalp. I would treat it like a scalp until it's not. I don't think we still need this golden pocket 786 anymore. I don't think we need that anymore. I just want the focus to be on losing this. Sorry, I just want to see something. That is an ascending broadening formation right here. Glad I did check on it. It is ascending broadening. So we can look out, see how this plays. I'm gonna switch this so I don't have to move it again. Start doing it like that. All right. Let's see if Ethereum has got anything similar. Doesn't look like it does. Nah, it looks different. Yeah, that's different. This is a 1 hour too, but it's different. Take a look at Ethereum. Let's see what it's looking like in Binance. Okay, so we came up a little bit more here. Nothing yet on Ethereum. me check on the rest of the crew over here. It's XRP. Solana, a little bit of a reaction here at the channel. And bear in mind, this can still do like this and then come down. So just bear that in mind. So if you went short, which I said I'm not going to encourage it simply because it's a ton of shorts in the market already, that's still a thing. It could do that. It's on the right path of getting that correction down, but I'm just saying, like, sometimes the market will surprise you. So you don't want to be surprised. So if you did take that short based on any of the information given, then please cover yourself. By 8 minutes to that unemployment claims data comes out.
We will be there once that Bitcoin dominance decides it wants to flip back up. Right now it's down and ETH dominance is up. So it's waiting on that dominance to flip too. All right, so on that 15-minute time frame for Bitcoin, like I said, we're still setting up that squeeze for some sort of a more corrective move to the downside here on Bitcoin. After that nice morning pump, about 2 minutes into unemployment claims, can come up and hit that next zone up ahead where that 786 is located at, put in a barrier before we get that actual drive down, as I just showed you. That was a possibility. So to cover yourself if you did get short based on the information provided. But again, the short side, I discourage because of how many shorts are already in the market. It's just incentive for market makers to continue to squeeze prices up. But as I comb through, it looked like, again, some sort of a correction is on the table, not just for the 15-minute, for the 1 hour, and also for this 4 hour. All right, those numbers should have just hit now. Let me take a look back at it. Forecast 221 and the actual was 226. So should be good for Biddy, but you know how the market is. No reaction right now. We'll really wait and see what our president has to say. If you're American anyway, he's your president. And that's at 4 p.m. I'm pretty sure he'll speak to the unemployment claims numbers. I remember on Tuesday, I was complaining about the market moving slow. And then the next thing we know, we just started rolling over because we were looking at this short. And I was like, oh man, this is dragging on and on. And then all of a sudden, just big, I don't know, hell candle came out. And then we followed that up with a larger drop. I should probably go ahead and set this. I didn't set the stop loss for Ethereum. I just really thinking about just in case while I'm laughing, a God candle pops out here on Ethereum and wrecks me. Yeah, I just set that stop loss. And take a little small loss if I have to, and then reassess it. But it looks like that correction will be coming in for it. It's just I may have prematurely entered. It's one thing we didn't do is when you get an indecision candle like this, what I didn't do actually was wait for that to happen, and that didn't happen. We pushed up above that indecision candle there. Spinning top, doji, whatever you want to call it. It's an indecision. Yeah, I did enter that a little bit premature. Ethereum dominance still pushing. Should at least allow for it to re-enter that standard deviation too. At least touch it. Something other than stay outside of it. which is an indication of it being a really strong move at the moment. And we took out the top side of that doji instead of the low. All right, let me readjust my desk so I can sit back down. All right, I see that not confirmed yet, but likely if it comes down a little bit more, then we would see a MACD signal cross, bearish signal cross. I mean, it can always bounce up from here, but again, and I know nobody likes to hear it like that. So we're still working this out, working out the bearish signals that we are getting from for Bitcoin on all 3 time frames. I just want you to be prepared. See how we keep crossing over here? We keep trying to put in a little bit of stopping over here, but it's starting to, you know, they fighting each other. We did take this. Haven't closed below it, so, but we did take it. Look at Ethereum, killing me right now. All right, we just got our first green bar. Almost. It disappeared real quick. But the shorts do seem to be slowing down a little bit. This is the MACD and Delta. Both have a bearish cross, but you know, you never know. Then, of course, our little green bar disappears. And the red bar takes its place. Do want to see loans start to come in, get more of a move down. And 9 minutes to that 1 hour candle close. And again, it can choose to do that. Or at least come up here to that one. I don't know why that stopped out on me. It can choose to do that before it does that. Or maybe it doesn't come up as much. Does have a little bit of a cloud cover here too. Just the RSI is always going to be faster. So when I see that crossover on any one of these, to the upside, it's up. Rainy days ahead here in Atlanta. And Ethereum continues to push. Check something else here. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Yeah, that Ethereum dominance continues to just grind and grind and grind higher. While Bitcoin's tapers off over here. It's in the dirt down there. The VIX stopped out at standard deviation 1. And USDT dominance, as I mentioned, is sitting on a little bit of support at the moment. Oh, I'm so sorry. I meant to switch us back over to this Bitcoin Ethereum chart here. With Ethereum still grinding outside of standard deviation 1. I meant 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Close. Can I get some cigar smoke? Close. Close. Let's see how we look it down here on this. All right. Maybe we're trying to invalidate the bear idea first. Maybe that's it. All right, getting a little bit of a fast cross there. At the moment, it's just exaggerated. So So far, we're at this phase here where it can again do that. But we're at this phase. This isn't even coming up enough for me. I'm gonna delete this because that's really in line with what I would be looking for if we did come down here off of that rejection from the 786. If I have to say if be something like this. So you want to see that and you want to see it bounce away. At least that's what the Ethereum people want, right? Something like that. Be the same thing for Bitcoin. If we get it, would have been looking for this. And then back up here to the top side of this ascending Broadening formation, which this formation is a bearish formation, but I have from time to time seen it break to the upside. Most of the time it does break down. I'm not saying that that's what's about to happen with Bitcoin, but I'm just just putting it out there that this pattern typically is a bearish pattern. That typically is a bearish pattern. And then you see it break down. But every now and then it breaks up. I haven't seen anything in the market that would suggest that it breaks down. Not yet. I don't see anything. But just so you know. Nah. I'm just looking ahead on this right here because you can see how we're going sideways right here, pausing out after that little hammer candle over here. That even though we have the light bars in here and everything that indicated that we would get some sort of a correction, do want to see this continue to roll down. Right now, it looks like it may want to attempt to turn up, and if it did, it would be in favor of the bulls. It's light green, it's not gray, so it's still bullish. It just showed, like, it just confirmed the selling, a little bit of a slowdown in the buyer for the loans, just a little bit of exhaustion from the loans. That was it. So do want to see this continue down. If we stay chopping in here, maybe we start to see that gray come up. But right now, still very much in control of the bulls. Same thing with Ethereum. Ethereum hasn't even flipped to any sort of a light color just yet. Still very dark green in here. Just showing a little bit of a fast reaction here from a little bit of an overextension. That's all that is. It's just indicating that it was overextended a bit here. And this is showing on the 1 and the 4 hour. Again, not seeing anything that looks like this at the moment. Let's see how tight we got in here. And we still just have an abundance of shorts in the market. So that's the other thing. Want to see more loans come in. I'm just gonna flip through this one instead. It's XRP. I know I can pull up Solana. No, I don't want to pull up Solana off of this chart because I want to look back at SUI. Okay, so SUI did finally leave the range over here. That's nice. And it's looking pretty good. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. H bar still chilling, hype still chilling. XLM still hitting the top side of that falling wedge, likely. Doge, everything's getting a nice little charge over here on the 4-hour time frame, so that's cool. XRP still a little bit slow. So traditional market will be opening soon, and pre-market Nvidia continues to look nice. Palantir continues to look nice. So they're all above where they closed yesterday. Pre-market Amazon is below where it closed yesterday, and AMD is above where it closed yesterday as well. But where it was earlier when we looked at it, it has slipped that just a little bit. You can see that inverse, potential inverse here on the RSI as well. Yeah, that's definitely about to turn up. See, it looks like it is. We keep holding it. So again, like I said, if we do, you're looking for that 786 top side of the ascending Broadening channel to get hit, and then that another little leg down here. And so far, you've gotten no closure above any of these, so you want to see that. So back above that 116, 471.59. Look back here at this 4. So we have to be below 38.32 on the RSI to confirm that loss of, well, the extension, that overextension on the 4 hour. So 38.32 is what we have to be below. And again, my expectations are not high. Maybe just back to standard deviation 1. But overall, 4 hour looks really nice here. It looks really nice. I saw everything I would want it to see to get long off of Ethereum, which was this, and then of course coming up that blue line right there. Bam. Which is why I'm not expecting much on a pullback. It looks nothing like this. Same situation would have been for a down move. Nice little squeeze. The blue signal line rising, break down below that. Then you end up getting that move. So yeah, it's not there yet. Okay, first little light green bar. 38.32, remember, it's where the 4 hour has to be below in order to confirm that overextension. Of course, that means, just looking at the chart right now, again, that means Ethereum dominance is dropping a little bit. Bitcoin dominance is popping a little bit. And then at some point, Bitcoin dominance is going to continue to push up a little bit. Ethereum dominance is going to continue to drop. Bitcoin is going to start pulling back, and then it's going to reflect in the altcoins. All right, gap up on that AMD. Love it. Palantir. Might get that back test I mentioned this morning. We'll see if that happens today. That's what I'll be looking for, back test of that rising formation. So AMD with the extra little push up here. Nice. NVIDIA, you know what I said earlier today. I'm looking forward to at least come back down here, back test this break up here from the rising formation. We'll see if we can achieve that today. That would be great if we could. And then, of course, Amazon. All right, it's continuing to hold up and push up some more here. Man, I really hate that they stopped me on that Amazon position, and then the whole limit order thing. Like they really, it's hard to get a limit order on BTCC. It really is. And then if you do a market order, then they execute your market order above price, so you enter in at a loss. Like you're gonna enter in above what price is currently. I don't like that. So limit all day and then gap up here on NVIDIA. So looking pretty good on this AMD long position on BTCC. Let's see what's happening back over here with Biddy. We're still trying to hold. That's why we're walking sideways over here. And until that changes, this still looks like it could get that pop up to the upside. Even though it still has some additional signals in here that suggests that it's overextended, you can still do that and put in a bear div and then correct. So 1 hour showing it, 4 hours showing it as well. 4 hour does have to get that candle closed though for it to actually produce that signal fully. Then you can see here where we are here. That's 116.916. That's the top side of the dynamic cloud. We start to move above here, which is what I'm saying to you. If we start to push outside of here, then I don't think that this right here is really going to be a big deal. And then we just be looking at this one instead. All right. So back over here again. There you go. See what I was saying? As we were holding here, bulls were still in control. So if we do start to flip up here, of course we flip up in with bulls, you know, continuing to push the price up. And just that other outcome that I was looking at, that possibility. And have a cloud cover. So as long as we stop out here at this blue line here, reject there, then okay. But if we start playing around outside of this, then yeah, forget about it. So if you did, again, enter on a quick little short here, I would have definitely locked in something. Like I said, cover yourself just in case, you know, something like that happens first. Yes, we are in the process of Bitcoin dominance. Looks like it wants to try to push up. So we are in the process of that. Might come up as high as about 61.73. If not, it'll just be where it has been stopping out before. But I would look for that 61.73. We do. We do just still have a ton of shorts, like I said, a lot of short limit orders. So there's no reason for market. You don't see a reason here, right? You don't see a reason here for market makers to really want to continue pushing down at the moment. We just don't have the loans coming in. We just don't. All right, I'm currently up about 23% on my AMD long position. Look at Ethereum. Just wanted to wreck me. Just wanted to wreck me. So that could start to look really good on the MACD. See this 5. Did most certainly play out that inverse head and shoulder though. Did play that out. And it was abundantly clear as well on the RSI. Very abundantly clear there. So I like when I have confirmation from the indicator as well. $15 is squeezing. This isn't giving me everything I want to see just yet, but here on the 15-minute, it does look a little bit like a head and shoulder here on the RSI. Maybe if we do put in a little bit of a bear div over here, it'll look more confirming as a head and shoulder. I mean, I would like it more if it did something like that, but we are squeezing as we are staying within the bounds of this blue and this yellow here on the RSI for sure. Know that we're squeezing a little bit in here with the drive up. Know that we have a few bearish overextended signals, and that's all those are, overextended signals here. Have a few overextended signals. 15-minute, 1 hour, and 4 hour all have overextended signals. So um, it's just a matter of how much the market wants to give and how it chooses to give it to us. If I put all those things together, then I would say that we're going to come down just based on all of that alone, just based on the overextension on several time frames, um, the ascending broadening formation, which is a bearish pattern, the squeeze that's over here, not as clean cut as something like this, but nonetheless it's here. When I move out, 1 hour. Yeah, I mean, if I look at it like this, then I know that I would be expecting some sort of a little bit of more of a pullback on Bitcoin. Also, the top side of the dynamic cloud for the QTD is here as well. But it's just a matter of, you know, being prepared for any sort of surprises that can come into the market. Let's see. And if you still feel bullish in here, it's as simple as flipping the standard deviation 1. That's it. Because you can see we're rejecting off of it. It's as simple as flipping that standard deviation 1. Ethereum just ripping on me. Looks like we're about to invalidate any sort of bearish divergence that was present over here. It was exaggerated for a minute, exaggerated bear div, but now it looks like we're starting to invalidate any sort of bearish divergence over here, which is a good thing for Ethereum. Money flow is still coming out a little bit on Bitcoin on that 15-minute time frame also. All right, so it looks like I'm going to end up having to update on my X account at Down to Crypto TA. But anyway, I've shared this multiple times where the next zone is. And it's here, it's between 117, 192 and 117, 622, where we also have the 786. So if you're bullish, you would be looking for a reclaim above standard deviation 1 here on the Bollinger Band. Potentially, if it does come up here, I would expect some sort of rejection in here at this point, just simply because we have a couple of bearish signals in the chart, or overextended signals in the chart from 15-minute all the way up to the 4-hour time frame. For some sort of a more extended, I wouldn't necessarily say extended, but more than this small correction here that we've seen so far off of Bitcoin. As far as Ethereum is concerned, I am still holding the short. I have not reached my max pain. That's why I did not put one of these little tools right here on here. If you agreed with that, then that's a long. If you agreed with that, then it's all about your max pain and not mine, because mine can be different. So I'm still holding on to it for a little bit here. I'll see how this ends up going. I will update on that as well. And with that said, I appreciate anyone who stopped by today to hang out with your girl Down to Crypto TA, and also follow the Coin King, DACOINKING. I mentioned that earlier during the stream, but I always like to follow up with that and let you know how much I appreciate you. Sorry, no face today. Again, it was a rough night for me last night, and I just really didn't have time to get myself together enough to, show my mugshot. But with all that said, I will update you. I am still looking for a correction over here, even if I have to. I'm not really keen on adding into a losing position. So I'm gonna leave it like it is till it hits my max pain, and then I'll drop it if it's not, coming my way. Even if I break even on this, I have to get a little bit more than a small little move on it. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah. Dominance, I will be looking for some sort of a pushback up here in dominance right now. Dominance is still, relatively weak in here, even though I can see something shaping up where dominance would come up. So be careful with your altcoins, especially if dominance comes up and Bitcoin does start to put in that correction that I see happening. I really do see a bit more of a correction on Bitcoin happening. Ethereum at the time, dominance looks pretty nice, really overextended here, but nonetheless, this looks nice, still within bullish control zone and well above Bollinger Band standard deviation too. So it's really strong there. VIX, whatever it's doing, and then of course USDT dominance at some sort of a support level here as well. All right. And AMD just continuing to print me some Monday. Yes. 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 I still want that down. But hey, you can't say that Amazon position, that talk through on that Amazon position on Tuesday. That's pretty nice. That's really nice. And look at Nvidia just continues to be a ripper here. All right, love you. And I will see you tomorrow. I know tomorrow's Saturday. I do actually stream on Saturday. So I'll see you tomorrow. 5 a.m.